Good morning, Ikaru, and you are right. I'm going to just do Ace Attorney for a little bit, and then I'll add in another game at another time. Rotate another game in for another time. But right now, I want to see more crime! I want to see more murder! Alright. Gonna try to at least finish one game. We did finish one game! we finished Final Fantasy IV! Maybe we'll do one case or something, and then I'll rotate in another game, or I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'll do what I feel like. As always, there is no plan. I just felt like doing more Great Ace Attorney today. One game. Oh, game 1 of Great Ace Attorneys. Oh. That's true. I didn't know it was multiple games. We shall do. Oh, we shall figure out what the clouded kokoro is. Are we going to meet? Not meet, but see Sherlock Holmes again? We did see somebody who reminded us of Sherlock Holmes. No, not Sherlock Holmes! Sherlock Holmes! Last time. It was a little, a pink-haired child with a gun. Is 2 games why it's nearly 100? Oh, wait, intro. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening.
Murder!
To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and...
Another knife?!
In her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
19th February, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Wait, is this game nearly 100 hours? I've only played, I just checked, 25 hours. Am I not even halfway through the first game? I thought there was only 1 episode left. Unless 100 hours is like... Is there achievements or something? I have 2 cases left? Oh gosh. And you know, sometimes the last case is longer than 5 in game 2. Okay. We've done 3 murders so far, so plus 3 into... Okay, never mind. It might end up adding up to 100. Did you sleep last night, Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time in the SS I didn't think we would be saying this word again. It should be Buria, right? I already forgot the pronunciation. I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Especially when I learned that we owed £3 for the room. That dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. When Susato was framed, she's gonna be like the last case. Like when Maya was framed for murder. Don't worry, she would never get caught with her haya, her Susato takedowns. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. Really? Really? That's crazy. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I'm really sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend might be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. Ah, good morning to you all at this early hour. Oh, yes, well. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at Old Bailey yesterday. Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even at the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had very comprehensive initiation on British courtroom practices. Oh, yes. It was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh. No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Another pauper lawyer. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. Well, Lord Van Six, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Oh boy, this evil laughter. He wahaha'd us. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't to trouble yourself. You needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. What? I was not expecting that. I was expecting to see him later, and then he would be persecuted for his crimes or something. Like, we would be okay. What I thought was going to happen would be we would be defending somebody else. Magnus McGilded becomes a suspect, and then we defend our defendant from Magnus, like framing our defendant. Not that he would be dead. What? No. What? Mr. McGilded is dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. A time enough to talk. Ooh, can we examine the room again? I don't think anything's different. I don't think that's new dialogue. Is it? I don't know. I'll read it. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe yes. They're suits of armor. No, this is the same dialogue. I'm not reading this. They're not letting me skip it. Even though I've read it already. It's because there's a new case. Alright, let's just not look around. McGilded's death. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the court. Oh, he was set on fire! He was the one inside the omnibus? Wait, was he trying to destroy evidence of him tampering the evidence? And then someone locked him in and set him on fire? Holy shit. I wonder who done it. It has to be someone we know, right? Unless it's like a crazy, like, new vigilante person we haven't met yet. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, when the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified the corpse inside the charred cell of the carriage as that of McGilded. That's awful. Wait. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. How could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilda did mention going back to the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGilda talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGilda. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was wow. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in solemnity. I've never actually had to read that word out loud. I know the word solemn, but the solemnity. So many words of the Great Britain's long history. It really is a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few decades old. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Strongheart is giving me weird vibes. Like he on one hand, he's like he's not like morally like completely just, right? But he plays within the rules and he's at the same time dismissive as he is encouraging. I don't think Strongheart is a good person per se, but I don't think he's like completely wrong either. Also, of course, a bedtime story at the end. I hope it helps everybody sleep. Thank you for redeeming that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much is, at least, an undeniable truth. Which Which is presently why I have prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Could you perhaps give us more detail about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Do not worry. It is nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died as yet. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity to yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the court will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Your time's up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until court sits. Last time he mentioned 23 hours. He said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intended to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would be interested to hear exactly what you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh. Another thing? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had the chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it. You're out of time. Well, thank you for that enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Hasogi never mentioned anything of that sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning a police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck. I bid you farewell. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew. But honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Fries? I want fries! Oh my god, I want fries! Let's examine him first. Oh my god, I want fries. Oh, yay! You spotted a hidden secret. Thank you for the gift sub. Oh, that is a void. That is glitched out, Nug. When I was the one time I was glitched into underneath the ground. That is what that Nug is. There is no hidden. You can choose from like a list. That's very interesting. I didn't know that. He didn't see straight to me. He didn't see straight to. Could we trouble you? You can type out a name? I didn't fucking know that. You can tell how many things I've gifted. The answer is not very many. I've always just did random or like, you know, you like right click a name specifically. Wow, Twitch with all your new gadgets. Oh my god. Used her last time for feathers. Is this why? Did it work this time? Oh, a very happy Nug. Yeah! 1 bit for feathers. What do you think? Is that he looks like a thumb. He has no chin. What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Oh, listen to me, young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know? See, is that also fish? I think that's also fried fish. I only want chips. Oh, that reminds me. I do have chips in the freezer. I like potato fried chips because I made some. I cut some up and then I boiled some and then I realized I made too many, so I can put them. I can bake them. They're already cooked, so all I have to do is get them toasty. I can eat fries after this. But Susato told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man. A very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having the likes of you talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. All because of this bumpkin here on a jaunt from a country I've never heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation in the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Hey? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Hey! It's lovely weather we're having, isn't it? Do you like the pretty ladies, sir? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London's winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable. How did she pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from the Scotland Yard. Is Tobias Gregson like a reference to anything? Is Tobias Gregson a reference? Gregson is a highly competent Scotland Yard detective alongside his rival inspector, Inspector Lestrade, in the original Sherlock Holmes. Really? Wait, really? I've never heard of Gregson. Who is Gregson? Inspector Gregson is an actual thing from Sherlock Holmes? Oh my gosh. Oh, he was in A Study in Scarlet. I'm very bad with names. I'm not surprised I forgot that. How come he's here? But Sherlock Holmes has to be Sherlock Holmes and not Sherlock Holmes. Why is Sherlock Holmes from why are we mixing up all of the different canons? Nue? I love Nues. From the book? Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Oh, yes, it did. Yes. Nues. It's a classic yokai. What did your Nue look like? Did it have the classic like mishmash of different animals? Was it like tiger? Is there a snake? I think there's a monkey in there somewhere. Yeah. I love the classic yokai. I have tarot cards that have depictions of classic yokai. I love it a lot. Tiger Senko. Tiger Senko and monkey. We actually have all three of those animals in our garden circle. That do not frequently stream. One day we will hear from them again. Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I know him. Very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, in that publication. What is it called again? Ranced Magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderfully friendly rivalry. Oh, Neo! Is it like is Neo like an old game? They already have 3 of them? Oh, it looks kind of scary, actually. Looks... is older, yes. Those are the type of games that I like watching other people play instead of playing myself. It like looks hard. Is it hard? Is it hard to play? Was Tiger Senko Monkey hard to beat? Did you beat? Sword of Legends will be hard? Yeah, I'm hoping that there'll be an easy mode. Can there please be a story mode, please? Thank you. Took me 15 minutes? That's not too bad. Not too bad. I hope sort of... Okay. So, Sword of Legends, the previous game, Gujan 3, was not, like, prohibitively hard on... Was I on easy or was I on normal? But it was okay for me to play. I hope Sword of Legends is not too hard. I'm just aggressively greedy in my attacks. Oh, I see. Same though. It's like I don't have the patience to look for the attacks. Although that being said, if I play the game long enough, I do get more patient. Like when I was playing Hades. Back in the day when Hades came out. I was pretty good at dodging, kind of. Maybe. I did rely on a lot of poisony things. I really enjoyed Ares' revenge. Don't worry, Code Vein won't be hard with you turning me on into a masochistic sandbag. I thank you in advance for being my sandbag. If I ever get to anime Dark Souls. You know, after I bought so many games in the summer sale. And then after the summer sale, there's gonna be a winter sale. I'm tempted to buy like 2 other small games. Small like little puzzle games I can play like in like one stream. Or just by myself, I don't know. Okay. Really? You? Rival to the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Code Vein? Only 20? Oh, that's actually not too bad. Hopefully. And I will have your help too, so... Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course. But he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of the... Wait, Gregson is the pick of a bad lot in all of Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's a fucking backhanded compliment. It's basically Herlock saying, Scotland Yard is shit, but Gregson is the best out of all the shit. If it ever actually starts to drag, you could always tell me. Just one-shot the boss to move it along. I hope it never gets to that. I mean, part of the fun in the game is trying to beat it, but maybe like if I die like over and over again. If a boss ever starts taking like half an hour, I might tell you to just hit it. As long as you don't choose magic, it won't happen. What if I do? Out of spite. Last boss is 90% immune to magic. Oh no. Why? Why would they do that? But I want to just like, I want to hit it and run away. It's not a fun boss. Oh man, why? Why they gotta do that? That's his highest praise. Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
That he is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town, you know.
That's great, isn't it?
I'll have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof.
Well, that's wonderful.
Just to end my torment! Oh no, Hikaru.
That's me. That's me looking up a guide. Or me, like, asking you for advice at that last Final Fantasy IV boss. Going like, what the fuck is this bullshit? I didn't cheat, but still. Your advice was invaluable. I really...
No, it is not. There is nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure.
Rumors? Are you quite sure?
Rydia's killing you, yeah!
It's really good advice. I didn't know Rydia was killing me. I mean, I should have known by the frequency of the last boss's attacks, but I didn't notice, okay? I just thought he was a real big bad boss that could attack really frequently.
He's changed since starting appearing in those stories. The fame's gone in his head. Stuff like that.
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper, so I can't exactly catch what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs.
I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear. Perhaps a sudden rise in fame does change people. About the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before.
Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler.
Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right.
A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind.
Briar Road? Is that a real road?
Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital as unconscious.
That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have to finish whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you? That's neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Runosuke. You've angered her now.
Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest.
So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit. Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question.
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not?
Simple. The prosecutor that's been inside to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barock Van Zeeks.
No.
Sounds like you've heard of him then.
Oh, yes. We're very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself.
Is it harbinger or harbinger?
I've always wondered.
It's harbinger? Okay, whatever. Harbinger.
The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barock von Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday.
Have I been calling him Baron? I think I've been calling him Baron and not Barock.
Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
And what of it?
Well, I think that means even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
No, you really don't have a clue, do you?
What do you mean?
What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead.
Ah,
Agnes McGilded came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you?
What? What are you saying?
Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick in everyone, If Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you.
Are we really supposed to believe that?
Right, well, I filled you in as requested, but I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place.
Can we hitch a ride? That's correct, ma'am. If you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself.
You've branded him a criminal already?
Yeah, he's as good as, shaking like a leaf in his cell he is. It'll give you a good chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way.
Inmate 53. Thank you. So, there's no helping against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth,
When I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning down the case. That takes courage, too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I'm your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes! Let's go!
Let's go to the prison first. I wanna see who we're trying to defend. Oh my god, it's the cell! I was not expecting a stone walls, but yeah, that makes sense. 19th of February, local prison, cell 9. So, these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark in the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop idling in the back of the yard. Sorry, stop hiding in the back of the yard and show your face at once. Am I a cat, as yet with no shame? Calling me by number is utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here? I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Excuse. Shh! Quiet! They're all around, hiding. I know there are. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it. Right. So, could I ask? There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? You don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams. Forgive me for that outburst earlier. I am so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of
compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumental, moving moment. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? What compassion my fellow countrymen show! To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! A first-class lawyer? Oh dear. I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I will. Shan't say sullen and silent! I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Runosuke Naruhodo. And I'm Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student, sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume! Soseki Natsume.
Wait, can I present my badge?
Yes, the symbol of our great empire's first-rate lawyers. Which means, of course, you'll stand by my side. You'll defend me.
Oh, no, sorry, that wasn't why I was showing it to you.
Then why else would you show me that?
Oops, in hindsight, that probably wasn't the best idea. Soseki Natsume-san. What an unusual name.
Call me Soseki, please. I am a poet, you see. A writer of haiku.
Was he supposed to be saying haikus?
It's something of a nom de plume.
Nom de plume? You mean an alias?
That's right, Naruhodo-san. No! Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that.
And haiku. That really reminds me of home.
Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student, sent here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this! It's beyond the pale!
Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here?
No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course.
Oh.
But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it. No.
What do you mean?
If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That is my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable.
I see.
Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi. You must be a man of great standing. Oh, yes, I am often told.
And often like to be told. it seems.
Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san?
I didn't do it. I didn't commit the atrocious murder.
Murder?
Oh, no. No, that's not all right. The woman didn't die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes.
Before your eyes?
You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here?
Oh dear. It seems the case is becoming rather complicated.
Why me? Why me? Why did the silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's a curse! The curse of London! It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient.
So, Soseki was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case.
It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear, and heavy with fog. I'd been at the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way to my accursed lodgings.
Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too.
As I was walking that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her. Oh, she does not look like the silhouette we saw in the cutscene. What? At least that's not even the same knife, is it? Is it? Was that like a placeholder? She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard.
A slight exaggeration there, perhaps.
I was so terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my cursed lodgings.
That's not good.
They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that.
So, tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours?
Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that. I am diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I cannot talk to people.
I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at that time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone else pass you?
Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul.
No one? Oh, great.
So, the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at that time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it?
What conundrum? What do you mean, Miss Susato-san? What's the conundrum?
Well, if what Soseki has just told us is true,
There's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. You... What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops. Perhaps I thought a little too loudly. Actually, that's not what's troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. Accursed great detective. Who could it be? I shall never forget the man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody, be gone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Airlock Sholmes! I knew it. Mr. Sholmes. Well, I didn't expect to hear a name from that man's lips for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me, "This is the police! Put the weapon down!" Yes, it was thin sliver. And yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils! You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Airlock Sholmes! It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. He thinks I'm a knife-wielding madman! Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man! I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign flimflammery! Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point. But my mind went blank and I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating like, "Yes I do, and I'm fine." The next thing I knew, I was in manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear. I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh, yes, I'm alright. Yes, they've really got me to... They've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. Good morning, Luna. CPR? I hope so. This Ricola is saving my life. Please sponsor me. I don't need gamer subs. I want Ricola. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. And you can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why? Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. Ah, thank you for that brain cell. I'm gonna need it for this investigation! And we're going to be meeting a certain Herlock Sholmes later on that we probably have to argue with. I will save it for later. Sure, if you want to share something sad with me. A student? I have defended a case in Old Bailey. Only one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. No! Luna, why? Why, Luna? Is that you being flushed down the toilet? Because the plot is decent? That's what they all say! What's the plot? What's the plot? What is so good about the plot, okay? That you have to endure the weird Gunnar game. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even a foreign student who's supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. Arknights is not a Gunnar game, it's just a money sink. Wait, how are they cute and funny and never funny and cute? Is that the same thing? But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from a man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, what do you mean? The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? Xenophobia? For some reason, as you've noted before, when it happened. Sorry, for the same reason. There was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. And I'm not a fool. I know what it looks like. I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you. Why doesn't feut make sense? Feut is totally a thing. Oh, whoops. I skipped that. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyways, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them.
Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Karma striking from your lies. But I can just go back to history. It's no problem. That's not karma. There are no lies. Yin only speaks truth. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. They even had to call to say, that man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong! I've studied more English than half of the policemen there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. So, Sake-san, it's just that. Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Let's see the scene of the crime. Dum 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 dum. Oh, look at that bike. 19th February, Briar Road. Why is this wall all buckled in, like it's about to fall apart? We're on Strand Street and Briar Road? Is that Willis something? Willis Walkers? I don't know. And there's Kennerson Brewery, Daily News, the Metropolitan. Oh no, it's William Robbins. No, that's an S. That's Willis Ways. What is that? William Robbins. What does that say? Practical optician? Is that what it says? Can you redeem a bad draw? Sure, go ahead. So, this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Whatever you like! Nah! That's the hardest redeem! Look at that. Regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. I'll be sure to think of something by the end. No, it's fine. I'll think of something. I'll think of something unless you want it. I can do it. I believe in myself. The men of the Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But, Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. That makes one of us. My confidence is dipping lower and lower. No, Luna! I'm sure you'll think of something for next time. Luna, you have the brain cells. Here, let me redeem it. I can't redeem a brain cell for you. Damn it! That's okay. You'll think of something next time. They're often depicted in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close to a real Bobby helmet. What? The helmet? Hehe, of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your hatty dreams come true.
What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh, Inspector Gregson.
This isn't on the tourist trail. I'm fairly sure you're well aware.
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
So, you've been to the holding cells then. What'd you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. The verdict's a foregone conclusion.
Stone cold air of rejection. Take heart. London, at this time of year, is full of stone cold air.
That makes it worse somehow.
Tell me about the Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Vectures of Herlock Sholmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
Oh, you got an idea for a draw?
You might have enough points by the end of this, depending on how long I stream for. Ikaru, you are the most diligent in collecting your points any way possible.
The Yard is the most sophisticated police and organization you'll ever find in the world, ma'am.
Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet.
That does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city.
Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you.
Oh, really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the laborers in his beat so they can get off to work.
What? He wakes people up?
Yep. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself, going back a bit.
I had no idea.
Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance.
I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama.
On foot?
That's definitely taking things a step too far.
And when it gets dark, of course, he has an important job of lighting all the gas street lamps.
Oh my. And I suppose in between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chased after criminals trying to evade the law.
I'm not sure I could call it an in-between exactly. More alongside. But yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit.
I always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Your heavy heart will be my... Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. It happened around 5 in the evening, 2 days ago. Just there, in the open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in the hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she's come round pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose it means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? Yard policy to give lawyers, defendants, suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. Local map. A street map of the local area showing where the victim was found. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean that we can be sure nobody else was present. I'm sure I'd have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. Oh. It was a typical foggy London day, and our client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now? Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife. The man's one of the most reliable and respectable citizens in all of London. He's a copper from the Scotland Yard. Ah! A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked. Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them, bang, in the act of, and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like, in court tomorrow. Oh. I have no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He has no intention of telling us to meet the man beforehand, I guess. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh, yes. One more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that it was Mr. Sherlock Holmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle-faddle! That man's an amateur! I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime. Wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish. Before you know it, he claims claims to have solved the case.
Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He's a great help to the Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? And he's probably in that snowman behind them.
Gibble gabble.
Ah.
Ever seen this before?
Oh, yes. That's Rent's magazine. A wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appears.
Yes, well, that's wonderful publication, as you put it. Seems fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detectives make a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone in the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tale at all.
Well, I suppose there's an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous as us at Scotland Yard, as he is to all our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector?
Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not?
Well,
makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt will touch that case with a barge pole.
Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It's all a bit strange, though.
Sorry?
The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
And the only people he usually bothers with are real scum. The master criminals. The violent ones.
Master criminals? The violent ones?
Yes, that's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins.
But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. Ooh, that's why he chose Mr. McGill did. He knew something. The prosecutor knew something. Mr. Van Zeeks
is creating his own justice. It's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth in, for want of a better phrase.
Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it?
No, there's got to be more to it. There's some reason he's taken an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think I can tell you what's going on in that head of the Lord of Darkness? Wow, that's such an edgy title. The Lord of Darkness. You'll have to ask him yourself. At tomorrow's trial.
We're really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he puts it. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes. What is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you?
Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Oh, thank you for the brain cell, Keita. I know you have to be not here because spoilers, but I appreciate the brain cell. Just one, thank you. I will keep it safe until I need it. Probably have to need it if we're gonna deal with Mr. Sholmes. I don't know if we have to tonight, but I will keep it safe until and then cash it out all at once. Thank you, Keita. Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in that case. Sorry. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not just my simple, selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea. It's Baker Street! How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We'd better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and predictable. Hurrah! I'll summon the carriage. So, we're to have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Look at my badge, sir!
Inspector Gregson, could I show you this?
Am I supposed to know what that is? I've never seen that insignia before.
It's worn by defense lawyers in the Empire of Japan as a symbol of their profession.
In other words, it's a worthless trinket here in the Great Britain.
Oh no, it's very important to me.
It shows my spirit. An English gentleman keeps things like his spirit very much to himself, I'll have you know.
Oh. Don't give up, Mr. Naruhodo.
It's too late. He's crushed my spirit already. Briar Road. Meerschaum Street? Calabash Road. Calabash is like a gourd, yes? And then we have all these in-between building alleyways. Interesting. Interesting. Can I present this?
Thank you again for this.
Don't mention it. I had someone in the yard fish it out for me, but in the end I didn't need it.
Oh?
Well, the case could hardly be simpler, couldn't it? I don't need a map to work that what happened. You can throw it away when you're done with it.
Cold.
He's in the snowman!
What a delightful snowman.
I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowman as well. It looks a little creepy, though. A little creepy.
Oh, it has a scarf, look!
You'd need one if you're You'd need one if you were out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one.
I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment, too. We certainly can't afford a scarf.
Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his.
But the person who made this snowman certainly would.
Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I bored it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow.
Oh, that's the Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London.
Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then.
But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone!
No, I wasn't serious. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred.
Yes, it's very wide open space, isn't it?
That's true. I can't see anywhere the attacker could have been hiding. Oi, what are you foreigners doing here?
Ah,
We just investigating the scene. Conspiring with that mustache fellow from Japan, are you? Conspiring? Come here to destroy evidence, have you? Get out of here before I give you an item. Get on. What? Get out of here before I give you an item? Hiding?
he shoot us away like rats.
Yes. We should give him a wide berth, I think.
What a disappointing experience.
Wait, is hiding like... Well, I know hiding means like before I give you a beating, right? Hide as in like the backside? Like I'm gonna spank you? I've never heard of that. Cambridge Dictionary! What does hiding mean? Punishment? A punishment that consists of being beaten repeatedly. I thought hiding would be like the other thing. Situation of being in a place where you cannot be found. I thought it would be like the act of being in a situation where you cannot be found. I've never heard of this. Punishment hiding. Socks. Whose Busaclet is this?
Ah, a British bicycle. Look. Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore.
Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling.
It seems the bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well.
The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that.
Goodness, do you dislike bicycles?
No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off the firm ground seems reckless. Wait, you aren't on the ground when you're riding a carriage. If you're using that logic. If you ever tried to walk on stilts, fallen into a river, I know you would agree with me. Have you?
We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history.
Well, time certainly seems to have taken a toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here.
We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible.
Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonable level floors. Oh, this building's been broken into. Its windies are broken. Oh, look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Oh, they're bricked! I didn't even realize. Yes, but they're filled in with bricks. Oh, probably because they've been broken into? Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives in at the moment. There's smoke coming from the chimney, though. Oh dear. Everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about about this place. There are piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. It seems carriages are often traveled down Briar Road. It soon disperses all the snow. I slipped over here when I was walking down the pavement earlier. It seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead. Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressed in all black. I worry a coachman might not see you, and you could be flattened by horses. Well, thank you for the rather small concern. The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it is known as Foggy London Town. I can just make out some sort of spire through the fog. It looks like it's still being built, though. Ah, yes! That must be the Crystal Tower being built for the Great Exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. I wonder if we'll be able to go to the Great Exhibition. They keep mentioning it in every case. Well, not in every case, but in 2 cases so far. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides, and the symbiotic centerpiece of the exhibition. It's to be the largest exposition in history, isn't it? I can't even begin to imagine it. That all? Oakley dokes. That's one of the officers from the Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I've found myself in handcuffs, despite not knowing a thing about what's going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure that it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. A new location has been added. I want to see if the prison... if we can show the map. 19th of February. Local prison. Cell 9. It seems we can't meet with Mr. Natsume at the moment. Oh. He's being briefed about his appearance in court tomorrow, apparently. I see. Yes, the trial is only a day away. Alright then, let's come back later. Yes. I really hope he's not answering any more questions with inappropriate textbook answers like, yes, I do. Sholmes is sweet. Oh! Cutscene.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
It looks very well kept. 19th of February, 12:53 p.m. Sholmes' suite. Well, the outside looks very well kept. This looks like a complete mess. Why is there a freaking dagger with with the mail? And there's playing cards on a what seems to be a top-down view of, is it this room? I don't know what this is. There's so much to look at. So, this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Contraption. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Hey, the violin. The iconic violin of Holmes and Sholmes. Miss Susato-san. Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. But the detective chases the villains relentlessly as he depicts... Oh, Jesus. I ran out of water. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it! The romanticism! Can you feel your heart thumping on your chest? Or in your chest? I hope it's not on your chest. That would mean it's outside. Why are there bullet holes up there? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. I suppose I can, yes. So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind. Please don't mind me. Ah, she is obsessed. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. How were we let in? Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Hello, is it the big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello. Wait, aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Susato, did you see that girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The King of Bowera? King Wilhelm Gostrich Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look there. The tea is brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you. I knew it. Susato recognizes her too. There you are. I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to that trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Oh, a good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial at the defendant's antechamber. Oh my god, look at the little keychain! Oh, you can't see it. Oh, no, wait, it's right beside me. Look at this little keychain! It's a bunny Herlock and like a mouse. A mouse. Are you Wilson or are you like Catherine? I forgot what her name was. Oh my god, they're so cute. They're so tiny. Do they make merch of it? I'm gonna look it up right now. Take a little break. Great Ace Attorney. Herlock Bunny? What do you mean they don't have merch? This is all fan-made stuff. Oh, this is it's a very adorable crochet one somebody made. With like little felt clothes. Wait, limited. Somebody has these on eBay for 300 USD. Is this official or no? Oh my god, it is. Holy crap, they're so expensive. Is it? Is this official? They say it's from Capcom. Fucking $300? They are very adorable, but what the fuck? How limited edition were they? Did they like come with an exclusive edition of the game or something? Bunny. Oh well. I won't look up anymore. But they are adorable.
I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to go get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
Oh, yes, it was challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know?
Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor.
Hooray, it's a winner. I'll try blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you've another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're defending a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck.
Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance?
Oh, you know Hurley, do you?
Hurley? Mr. Sholmes? To you, surely. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on that boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see.
Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time yesterday after that trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all of those things, you think?
And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me! I haven't introduced myself, have I? It is a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley.
Ah, Iris, is it? That's a lovely name.
What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Runosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it.
Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I.
Let's check out this room first.
Ow, ow, ow.
I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we've arrived in the country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance in the grate. It's so relaxing.
We can't relax. Not when there's so many interesting things on the mantelpiece. Blah. Oh, it's just as it was described in the stories.
Is it?
Yes, exactly. Inside the Persian slipper, for example, are my chocolates for 11sies.
Sneak peek? Oh, sure.
And transfixed by the large jackknife.
I'm afraid you might be disappointed. It's not actually that different. But I will sure give you a little doodle of it.
It's my shopping list for the market.
Oh, she's so disappointed.
Oh, it's not quite how I remembered it being described in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, poor Susato. She looks crushed.
A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing men, a bust of Napoleon.
What do you mean by Skiabdigul?
Ah, what an interesting collection.
This is the first time in my life that I've seen a lonely old shoe displayed as an ornament. Body pillow collection. Oh, you want another body pillow? Sure. I can add to the collection if that's what you want.
Oh, those are my mementos that Hurley has collected from his past cases.
Really? Even the bust?
Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust.
That poor defenseless emperor. Mr. Sholmes destroys it?
Yes, and then he buys a new one.
You make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor.
Ah, how entrancingly bohemian of him.
It looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy with a equally sturdy lock.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous.
How did you come up with that conclusion?
Oh, that chest contains some of my most valuable things.
And that smile tells me you're not going to give us any clue what they are. There's all sorts on these shelves.
chemistry apparatuses, books, papers, lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help but feel that the whole thing's going to topple over at any moment.
I keep telling Hurley not to cram so much on those shelves.
Good advice.
He wanted to look something up at one of those books a while ago. But it was so tightly wedged in he couldn't get at it, so he went and bought a new copy instead.
How rich is he? Ah, I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like that. That's called a violin, isn't it?
Of course it is. Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. It's often explained in the stories. It's inspirational, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspirational. I immediately started playing the koto, which is the closest Japanese stringed instrument I could find.
What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London.
Oh, yes. Well, Papa was beaming when I asked him if he would buy me one. But after a while, he asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house. So now it's merely an ornament in my room.
That must have been an awkward conversation. Wait, what? That's an achievement to examine the violin before talking to Iris? That's an evil achievement. Evil! That takes like replays. Why are there all those bullet holes on the wall up there? Was Mr. Sholmes trying to shoot a pestery fly or something?
Mr. Sholmes would never do something so reckless.
No.
Those are letters VR, standing for Victoria Regina. It's Latin for Queen Victoria.
Regina? Oh, it should be Regina. My bad. So you mean he shot the Queen into the wall?
In a moment of boredom, Mr. Sholmes adorned the wall with a patriotic sign. That's all. As pistol practice.
Right. That makes perfect sense now.
It's exactly as described in the stories. Oh, this is delightful.
I'm not sure that's the real explanation is any less reckless than shooting a fly, personally.
It's patriotic, Mr. Naruhodo. Patriotic.
What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine?
That's the great analytoscope. It can analyze anything, really. Anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. One of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it helped with it all. He said it was to help with his investigations.
What sort of things has he analyzed with it? Do you know?
Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet.
Oh. Why not?
Apparently, on the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him. I don't actually have anything I need to analyze.
Oh dear.
What about you, Runo? Do you have anything you'd like to analyze?
The only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself. Oh, we get to analyze things? Do we get to analyze things? Oh, this is definitely her part of the room. So pink. What a beautiful English tea set. And so neatly arranged.
It's a favorite pastime of mine. A cup of herbal tea in the afternoon.
Tea made of herbs?
That's right. I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden, so I can experiment with different blends. One moment. Don't go away. I'll brew a pot of special blend I came up with earlier today.
She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink.
Ah, that's my blackboard, where I I note down ideas.
Oh, interesting. Let's see. Black Peter. What does that mean?
Don't you want to hear what Iris has to say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll come back to that blackboard later. That's a charming little white shelf. And full of charming little bottles, too.
Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode.
Explode? Are they exotic chemicals? Do you use them for exciting experiments?
Yes, indeed. And as Hurley always says, chemistry is an explosive science.
Sorry?
I agree. A single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world.
Or perhaps he meant it literally. Either way, mental note, do not touch any bottle that belongs to Iris. What on earth is that big black lump over there?
Ah, that fascinating thing is called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And wizardly quickly too.
Oh, that sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. A little terrarium, that's so cute. Alright, let's talk. Talk to Iris. Converse with Iris. It was you that ran away. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey.
Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you very much.
Oh no, not at all. I'm sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at that time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
Like this?
Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Is she a detective?
Oh, Ginny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket.
So we found out.
It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that.
Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly! So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
This girl is dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that day, so she could apologize to my trusty technician.
Sorry, your technician?
Hurley, of course, silly!
Hurley?
Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We lived here together.
I had no idea the great detective has such a interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Oh, not likely.
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I?
Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes?
Well, I expect you to find out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
Your roommates? Sugar, no!
I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year.
I don't know. No, that's inappropriate if she's 10. Hikaru, very inappropriate. Wait, we had Herlock's age before. I think he was like at least 20, like 8 or 9 or something, right?
10 at last this year.
Why are you living alone with a roommate? Who let you not be with parents? If you'd known I didn't know this age beforehand, I rescind my statement. Okay. You are forgiven, Ikaru. Let me just delete that comment right now. Just kidding. I've recorded it, and the internet shall forever know your shame. Well, what of your mother and father?
Oh no, they're not around.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there.
Yes, there must be something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie.
What do you mean, the Japanese route? Ikaru, be careful with your words here.
I'm a very great fan of The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes and... Oh, you have a copy of Rant's magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
My stories?
That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They're really quite fascinating.
Oh, yes. The adult that looks like a child route. I was slightly worried about that too, before she stated her age. I was like, how old are you? I was like, oh, don't tell me you're older than Sherlock. Or sorry, Herlock. But no, she is a legit child with a grenade launcher. Very dangerous weapons. She is also an accomplished author. What are you doing with your life? She's 10. She's living on her own. She's a published author. She helps with inventions. She experiments with tea. She has all sorts of hobbies. She's a chemist. What did you do today? Don't you worry, Ikaru. I feel the same terribleness in my heart.
It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think?
Goodness.
Last night, he was telling me all about the new case he solved on the steamship traveling from faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came.
So you are the author?
Yes, I'll tell you a secret if you like. I'm going to call the latest adventure The Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. He is the real Herlock. It's just that Iris has been telling an interesting version of it. Or it could be a Sherlock Sholmes that has been telling her an interesting version of his account. It's an embellishment over an embellishment.
Of course, I always change one or two details in the story here and there.
Yeah, a new bag of Ricola! Also, good morning, Sisha. I'm munching on some right now. I have a whole stack of it on my table right now. I need a container for these. All his tales are just misconstrued because he stretches the truth. It's probably he stretches the truth, and also Iris is also changing things up.
This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually.
Yes, And of course, I know that a snake might be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly. Sorry, not be a credible fit for the case of facts exactly.
Yes, Seisha, you've been gifted a sub from Ikaru. Because he wanted more feathers to redeem a bad draw.
It's a story. Some poetic license just is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you? So you mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rand's magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson.
Susato's getting more and more worked up.
Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine.
No. At 10 years old?
At 10 years old!
Well, that's quite incredible.
But, Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling.
Oh.
Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I suppose it does, yes.
Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. About before.
Yes? What's on your mind, Runo? Don't tell me. Oh, sorry, do tell me.
How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean?
Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you know. Explain every detail.
Did you put a listening device?
Of course. I'd be delighted, though there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular!
Oh! Wait, sci-fi.
First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at Old Bailey at the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that?
I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh.
So I was reasonably confident that you must have only arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against a particular prosecutor, telling me you are unaware of London's court affairs.
The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I?
And I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited a local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you? Earlier today.
Ah.
They used those stamps to keep a close eye on the comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you were only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you have already had a cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, none of you are wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner is unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
I see.
But how did you know that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been...
Mr. Natsume. And Runo has a fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it's clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. And I put 2 and 2 together and decide you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there's only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says a man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing notes with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there is to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions.
She's a whole lot better than Sherlock Holmes at deducing.
Yeah, that's exactly my conclusion, Ikaru. You don't know, but I said it exactly the same time when you pressed enter. So she's actually smart, unlike Herlock. A terrible prediction for the future? What is it? What is it? What if the Herlock is just a serial killer? What do you mean? Pretending to be dumb? No way. No. I think Herlock Sholmes is just the funny detective character, okay? Funny detective character. Funny bumbling detective character that we get in sometimes in Japanese media. It's not an unheard of trope. No, not Herlock Sholmes. The gumshoe of this era. Yes, the gumshoe. Except he's actually, is he more competent than Gumshoe? I have no idea. We also have a Gumshoe though, because we have the we have a detective actually. This guy Tobias Gregson, who is a detective inspector of Scotland Yard, and also in the actual Sherlock Holmes apparently. Lestrade is also in Sherlock Holmes, but as a detective and not a pickpocket girl. We have several detectives.
Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on.
That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction.
You even managed the certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery.
Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please?
So, yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying.
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after a sea voyage. The police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed in a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking stooped man running away from the scene.
A short, shifty-looking stooped man.
Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Soseki said he didn't see anybody else in the street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police. And what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man, shivering in fear. Mr. Sholmes's great deductions surely hit the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend much time investigating cases and trying criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's a harsh reality of the workings of the greatest justice system. I suppose it is. But in that case, I don't hold on much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guess, we'd like to ask him some questions about the case as well. Oh well. I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume. Hurley said he's going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Do you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Oh, goody! In that case, give Gregsy this from me, will ya? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Iris's postcard has been entered in the court record. A card for Inspector Gregson with a message on the back from Iris. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." That sounds like a fucking threat. Oh gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck then. I'm going to return to my writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Oh, to be continued. Oh, I didn't know they would be splitting that. Should we stop here for today? Save our progress? Do a couple drawings and some breeding? I think we shall. Investigation part 2 will be next time. Whenever that is. For now, I will get some more water. And set up to the drawing time. Where is drawing? I will be
right back. I am back. I'm filled with 2 chips. 2 delicious chips. And I'm afraid they will be very expensive chips. Only 2 chips. I can't be munching during my stream. Only 2 chips allowed. They're pretty good chips actually. Do you know Heidi Lao? It's a hot pot franchise. They made prawn chips. They made prawn chips. Prawn chips. That has their signature tomato soup flavor. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. They had samples. Yeah, like prawn crackers. Yeah. Okay. We have a bad draw redeemed from Luna. Whatever you like. Alright, I can do that. I'll be drawing myself like the narcissist that I am. Prawn crackers? Like that that you fry up yourself, I'm assuming, because it's so much cheaper to fry up yourself. Yeah. This is Yin. What is Yin doing? This is a terrible perspective. Let me change it. Only 3 more days till Pal World. Is that gonna take over your life? Yes. The drawing prompt is whatever I want. There's the firework nug. It's starting to spark. And then in the background, Yep, this is what Yin wants to do. If you allow Yin to do whatever, they start launching nuglet fireworks into the sky. Rocket through space. Thank you, Luna, for redeeming whatever you like. This is what Yin likes. Oops. Next up is Ikaru, hoping for a sneak peek of 2.0. Sure. Yin can provide. And Ikaru's secret wish of hoping for more body pillows, I can do that too. I can absolutely do that for you.
Yin is hugging a pillow, obviously.
Oh my god. Give me one sec. My leg fell asleep. Yes, Ataki. I was sitting very stupidly and my leg fell asleep. It really hurts. Do I need a stretch redeem? No. I die for I die for my art. Ow! Okay, I won't sit so stupidly. I'm gonna give myself like heart problems or something. I didn't even sit for so long. What happened? I'm actually trying to find where's my 2.0 file? Where did I put it? Did I accidentally delete it? Oh well. I need my own reference. Which, by the way, looks fucking exactly the same. The reason why I want to make a 2.0 is not for a new design. It's more for I have to have a better model. So it looks very similar actually to what I have right now. 2.0! Yay. I think I look very similar to what I look like right now. I don't know, Sisha, do you agree?
There's Yin. Yin with a yin body pillow. What an interesting way to give a preview. I hope you enjoy your sneak peek. The yins look exactly the same. But I hope I can at least rig it better. It's gonna have so many more parts. Oh, it's gonna kill me. It's already killing me. It's already behind schedule. Does that look stupid? Kind of. Why did I not draw the lighter ones before the shadows? I don't know what genius I had when I was designing my character, but I like my colors. I think I have a good color scheme. Very, very attractive colors. Yeah. I'm glad you agree. I want this to look cozy.
Ew. Oh, God. Is green not gonna work? That'll do. Thank you, Ikaru, for this interesting redeem. Everybody now gets a sneak peek of 2.0. It looks exactly like that. Alright, and finally, we have a little bit of reading to do. Yes, perfect. Comfy and laying down is exactly what I need. Perfect time, perfect environment for a bedtime story. Let's read another chapter or so. Read another like half hour or so. Maybe. I can do it while munching off my cough drops. My Ricola, please sponsor me. Until I get back up and work after story time. Maybe you'll fall asleep and then not get back up. No, it's this is what happened. Well, actually, kind of. I think allergies are getting to me again. And then a lot of talking in the games, especially like Ace Attorney makes me say a lot of things. And I try to do, a couple different voices, for fun. And it takes me out. But it's fun. No regrets. Alright. Get comfortable. This chapter is going to be like 20 pages, so no. Yeah, like 20. I can't do math, like 25 pages, so it might just be this one chapter. After the funeral. The reception rooms were crowded by the time I got to the Crown. There had only been about 40 people at the funeral, and it had felt a little sparse, but in the confines of the front lounge with 2 fires blazing, red and white wine circulating, trays of sandwiches and sausage rolls laid out, there was something close enough to a party atmosphere. and a few of the hotel guests had joined in onto the grounds that free wine and food were worth having, even if they had no idea who actually died. Zahid Khan was there with his wife. I recognized her from the sliding photograph and greeted me as I came in. He was in an unusually cheerful mood, as his former client had been filed away rather than buried then, and a whole new business opportunity had begun. James Taylor was standing next to him, muttering just 3 words as I made my way past. "See you tonight." He clearly couldn't wait to leave. I found Charles, who was in deep conversation with the Reverend Tom Robinson. The vicar was much larger than he had appeared at the cemetery. He certainly towered over Charles and the other guests. Seeing him more closely and out of the rain, I was also struck by how unattractive he was. He had dull eyes and a slightly misplaced features of a boxer who had been in too many fights. He had changed out of his robes. He was wearing a worn-out sports jacket with patches on the sleeves. As I approached, he was making a point, jabbing with a half-eaten sandwich. "But there are villages that simply won't survive. Families are being split up. It's morally unjustifiable." Charles glanced at me, a little irritable as I joined them. "Where did you go?" he asked. "There was someone I knew." "You left very suddenly." "I know. I didn't want them to get away." He turned back to the vicar. "This is Tom Robinson. Susan Ryland. We were just talking about second homes," he added. "Southwood, Dunwich, Walberswick, Orford, Shingle Street, all along the coast." Robertson had to make his point. I cut in. "I was interested in the address you made at the funeral," I said. "Oh, yes?" He looked at me blankly. "You knew Alan when you were young?" "Yes. We met a long time ago." The waiter went past with a tray, and I snatched a glass of white wine. It was warm and sluggish. Pinot Gris, I think. Grigio? "You suggested that he bullied you." Even as I spoke the words, it didn't seem likely. Alan had never had much of a physical presence, and Robertson must have been twice the size when they were kids. He didn't deny it, though. Instead, he became flustered. "I'm sure I did no such thing, Mrs. Ryland." "You said he demanded a place in the cemetery." "I'm sure that's not the word I would have used. Alan Conway showed exceptional generosity towards the church. He made no demands whatsoever. When he asked if he might one day be laid to rest in the cemetery, I feel it would be deeply ungrateful of me to refuse. If I will admit, I had to request a special dispensation." The vicar was glancing over my shoulder, looking for a way out. If he had squeezed his hand any tighter, his glass of elderflower juice would have exploded. "It was a pleasure to meet you," he said. "And you, Mr. Clover, if you'll excuse me." He slipped between us and waded into the crowd. "What was that all about?" Charles asked. "And who was it you met with when you rushed off?" The second question was easier to answer. "Mark Redmond," I said. "The producer?" "Yes. You know he was here in the weekend, when Alan died." "Why?" "Alan wanted to talk to him about the television series, The Atticus Adventures. Redmond told me that Alan was giving him a hard time." "I don't understand, Susan. Why exactly did you want to talk to him? And why were you so aggressive with the vicar just now? You were almost interrogating him. What on earth is going on?"
I had to tell him. I didn't know why I hadn't told him already, so I just took him through the whole thing. My visit with Claire Jenkins, the suicide letter, the Ivy Club, all of it. Charles listened to me in silence, and I couldn't help but feel that the more I spoke, the more ridiculous I sounded. He didn't believe what I was saying, and listening to myself, I wasn't sure I believed it either. Certainly, I had little or no evidence to support it. Mark Redmond had stayed a couple of nights in the hotel. Did that make him a suspect? A waiter had his idea stolen. Would he have traveled all the way to Suffolk to get revenge? The fact remained that Alan Conway had been terminally ill. At the end of the day, why kill someone who was going to die anyway? I finished. Charles shook his head. "A murder writer murdered," he said. "Are you really serious about this, Susan?" "Yes, Charles," I said. "I think I am." "Have you told anyone else? Have you been to the police?" "Why do you ask?" "For 2 reasons. I don't want to see you make a fool of yourself. And frankly, I think you could be stirring up more trouble for the company." "Charles," I began, but came the sound of a fork being struck against the side of glass, and the room fell silent. I looked around. James Taylor was standing in the staircase that led up to the bedroom with Saeed Khan next to him. He was at least 10 years younger than anyone else in the room, and couldn't have looked more out of place. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "Saeed had asked me to say a few words, and I'd like to start by thanking him for making all the arrangements today. As most of you know, I was Alan's partner, until very recently, and I want to say that I was very fond of him, and I will miss him very much. Quite a lot of you have been asking what I plan to do next, so I might as well tell you now that he's gone. I won't be staying in Framlingham, although I've always been very happy here. In fact, if anyone's interested, Abbey Grange is about to go on the market. Anyways, I want to thank you all for coming. I'm afraid I've never much liked funerals, but as I say, I'm glad to have this chance to see you all and to say goodbye. And goodbye to Alan, especially. I know it meant a lot to him, being buried in the cemetery at St. Michael's, and I'm sure a lot of people would come here and visit him, people who liked his books. Please, have some more to eat and drink, and thank you again." It wasn't much of a speech, and it had been delivered not just awkwardly, but a little too carelessly too. James had already told me that he couldn't wait to get out of Suffolk, and he had made it clear to everyone else too. While he was speaking, I had glanced around the room, trying to gauge the different reactions. The vicar was standing to one side, stony-faced. A woman had joined them, much shorter than him, plump, with sprawling ginger hair. I presumed she was his wife. John White hadn't come to the reception, but Detective Superintendent Locke was there. If anything, he was the black man I had identified at the cemetery. Melissa Conway and her son had left the moment James had started speaking. I saw them slip away through the back door, and I could understand how they must have felt, listening to Alan's boyfriend. It was still annoying, though, that as I wanted to talk to them, but I couldn't dash off a second time. James shook hands with the solicitor and left the room, stopping briefly to mutter a few words to 1 or 2 well-wishes. I turned back to Charles, expecting to pick up our conversation, but at that moment his mobile pinged. He looked down and glanced at the screen. "My car is here," he said. He had arranged a taxi to take him to Ipswich Station. "You should have let me drive you," I said. "No, that's all right." He reached out for his coat and draped it over his arms. "Susan, we really need to talk about Alan. If you're going to go on about this inquiry of yours, I can't stop you, but you should think about what you're doing. The implications." "I know.
Are you any closer to finding the missing chapters? If you want my honest opinion, that's more important.
I'm still looking.
Well, good luck. I'll see you on Monday.
We didn't kiss each other goodbye. I have never kissed Charles. Not once in all the years I've known him. He's too formal for that. Too straight-laced. I can't even imagine him kissing his wife. He left. I threw back the rest of my wine and went to fetch my key. I planned to have a bath and rest before my dinner with James Taylor, but as I made my way back towards the stairs, the other guests were dispersing now, leaving trays of uneaten sandwiches behind. I found my way back to Claire Jenkins. She was holding a brown A4 envelope, which must have contained at least a dozen sheets of paper from the look of it. For a moment, my heart leapt. She had found the missing pages. Could it really be as easy as that? It wasn't. I said I'd write something about Alan, she reminded, waving the envelope uncertainly in front of her. You asked what he was like as a boy, how we grew up together. Her eyes were still red and weepy. If there was a website that sold exclusive funeral wear, she must have found it. She was wearing velvet and lace, slightly Victorian and very black. That's very kind of you, Mrs. Jenkins, I said. It made me think about Alan, and I enjoyed writing it. I'm not sure it's any good. I couldn't write the way he did, but it may tell you what you want to know. She weighed the envelope one last time, as if reluctant to part with it, then pushed it towards me. I've made a copy so you don't need to worry about sending it back. Thank you. She was still standing there, as if expecting something more. I'm sorry for your loss. Yes, that was it. She nodded. I can't believe he's gone, she said, and then she went herself. My brother, Alan Conway. I can't believe Alan is dead. I want to write about him, but I don't know where to start. I've read some of Alan's obituaries in the newspapers, and they don't even come close. Oh yes, they know when he was born, what books he wrote, what prizes he won. They've said some very nice things about him, but they haven't managed to capture Alan at all, and I'm frankly surprised that not one of those journalists telephoned me, because I could have given them a much better idea of the sort of man he was, starting with the fact, as I told you, that he would never have killed himself. If Alan was one thing, it was a survivor. We both were. He and I were always close, even if we did disagree from time to time. And if his illness really had driven him to despair, I know he would have called me before he did anything foolish. He did not jump off that tower. He was pushed. How can I be so sure? You need to understand where we came from, how far we both traveled. We would never have left me on my own. Not without warning me first. Let me get right back to the beginning. Alan and I were brought up in a place called Chorley Hall, just outside Hertfordshire town of St. Albans. Chorley Hall was a preparatory school for boys, and our father, Elias Conway, was the headmaster. Our mother also worked at the school. She had a full-time job as the headmaster's wife, dealing with parents and helping the matron when the children fell sick. Although she often complained that she was never actually paid. It was a horrible place. My father was a horrible man. They were well suited. He had come to school as a maths teacher, and as far as I know, he had always worked in the private sector, perhaps because back then they weren't too fussy about the sort of people they employed. That may sound a terrible thing to say about our own father, but it's the truth. I'm glad I wasn't taught there. I went to a day school for girls in St. Albans, but Alan was stuck with it. The school looked like one of those haunted houses you get in a Victorian novel, perhaps something like Wilkie Collins. Although it was only 30 minutes from St. Albans, it was a long end of a private driveway, surrounded by woodlands, and it felt as if it was in the middle of nowhere. It was a long, institutional sort of building with narrow corridors, stone floors, and walls half covered in dark-colored tiles. Every room had huge radiators, but they were never turned on because it was part of the school's ethos that biting cold and hard beds and disgusting food were character-forming. There were a few modern additions. The science block had been added at the end of the 50s, and the school had raised money to build a new gymnasium, which also doubled as theater and assembly hall. Everything was brown or grey. There was hardly any color at all, even in the summer. The trees kept out a lot of the sunshine, and the water in the school swimming pool was a brackish green, never rose above 50 degrees. It was a boarding school with 160 boys aged 8 to 13. They were housed in dormitories with between 6 and 12 beds. I used to walk through them sometimes, and I can still remember the strange, musty, and slightly acrid smell of so many little boys. Children were allowed to bring a rug and teddy bear from home, but otherwise, they had few personal possessions. The school uniform was quite nasty. Grey shorts and a very dark red V-neck jersey. Each bed had a cupboard beside it, and if they didn't hang their clothes up properly, they would be taken out and caned. Alan wasn't in a dormitory. He and I lived with our parents in a sort of flat that was folded into the school, spread over the second and third floor. Our bedrooms were next to each other, and I remember we used to tap out coded message to each other on the dividing wall. I always liked hearing the first knocks coming quick and slow just after Mother had turned out the lights, even though I didn't really know what he meant. Life was very difficult for Alan. Perhaps our father wanted it to be. By day he was part of the school, treated exactly the same as other boys, but he wasn't exactly a boarder, because at night he would be at home with us. The result of this was that he never fitted into either world, and of course, being the son of the headmaster, he was a target from the very day he arrived. He had very few friends, and as a result, he became solitary and introspective. He loved reading. I can still see him, aged 9, in short trousers, sitting with a large volume of something in his lap. He was a very small boy, so the books, particularly the old-fashioned ones, often looked curiously oversized. He would read whenever he could, often late into the night, using a torch hidden under the covers. We were both afraid of our father. He was not what you would call a physically powerful man. He was old, before his time, with curly hair and had gone white, and which had thinned out to allow his skull to show through. He wore glasses, but there was something about his manner that transformed him into something quite monstrous, at least to his children. He had the angry, almost fanatical eyes of someone who knew they were always right, and when he was making a point, he had a habit of jabbing a single finger in your face, as if daring you to disagree. That was something we never did. He could be viciously sarcastic, putting you in your place with a sneer, a whole tirade of insults that searched out your weaker points and hammered them home. I won't tell you how many times he humiliated me and made me feel bad about myself, but what he did to Alan was worse. Nothing Alan did was ever right. Alan was stupid. Alan was slow. Alan would never amount to anything. Even his reading was childish. Why didn't he like playing rugby or football or going out camping with the cadets? It's true that Alan was not physically active when he was a child. He was quite plump and perhaps a bit girlish with blue eyes and long fair hair. During the day he was bullied by some other boys. At night he was bullied by his own father. There was something else that may shock you. Elias beat the boys in the school until they bled. Well, there was nothing unusual about that. Not in a British prep school in the 70s. But he beat Alan too, many times. If Alan was late for class, or if he hadn't done his homework, or if he was rude to another teacher, he would be marched up to the headmaster's study. It may never happen in our private flat. And at the end of it, he would have to say, "Thank you, sir." Not "Thank you, father," you notice. How could any man do that to his own son? My mother never complained. Maybe she was scared of him herself, or maybe she thought he was right. We were a very English family, locked together with our emotions kept firmly out of sight. I wish I could tell you what motivated him, why he was so unpleasant. I once asked Alan why he never written about his childhood, although I have a feeling that the school in Night Comes Calling owes a lot to Chorley Hall. It even has a similar name. The headmaster who gets killed is also similar in some ways to our father. Alan told me he has no interest in writing an autobiography, which is a shame, because I would be very interested to see what he made of his own life. What can I tell you about Alan during his time? He was a quiet boy. He had very few friends. He read a lot. He didn't enjoy sport. I think he was already living very much in the world of his imagination, although he didn't begin writing until later. He loved inventing games. During the school holidays, when the two of us were together, we would become spies, soldiers, explorers, detectives. We would scurry through the school grounds, searching for ghosts one day, for buried treasure the next. He was always so full of energy. He never let anything get him down. I say he wasn't writing yet, but even when he was 12 and 13 years old, he loved playing with words. He invented codes. He worked out quite complicated anagrams. He made up crosswords. For my 11th birthday, he made me a crossword that had my name in it, my friends and everything I did as clues. It was brilliant. Sometimes he would leave out a book for me, with little dots underneath some of the letters. If you put them together, they would spell out a secret message. Or he would send me acrostics. He would write a note, which would look very ordinary if mother or father picked it up. But if you look at the first letter of every sentence, once again it would spell out a message that would be known just to the two of us. He liked acronyms too. He often called mother Madam, which actually stood for Mom and Dad are mad. And he would refer to father as Chief, which would mean Chorley Hall is extremely foul. You may think of all of this as a bit childish, but we were only children, and anyways, it made me laugh. Because of the way we were brought up, we both got used to being secretive. We were very afraid of saying anything, expressing any opinion that may get us in trouble. Alan invented all sorts of ways to express things that only he and I understood. He used language as a place for us to hide. Chorley Hall came to an end for both of us in different ways. Alan left when he was 13, and then a couple of years later, my father suffered a massive stroke and left him semi-paralyzed. That was the end of his power over us. Alan had moved to St. Albans School, and he was much happier there. He had an English teacher he liked, a man called Stephen Pound. I once asked Alan if this was the inspiration for Atticus Pint, but he laughed at me and said that the two aren't connected. Anyways, it's clear that one way or another, his career was going to be in books. He started writing short stories and poetry. When he was in 6th form, he wrote the school play. From this time on, I saw less and less of him, and I suppose in many ways we grew apart. When we were together, we were close, but we were beginning to live our own separate lives. When we got to university age, Alan went to Leeds and I didn't go to university at all. My parents were against it. I got a job at St. Albans, working at a records department of a police force, and that's how I ended up marrying a police officer, and eventually coming to live and work in Ipswich. My father died when I was 28. By the end, he was bedridden and needed round-the-clock support, and I'm sure my mother was grateful when he finally cooked out. He had taken out a life insurance policy, so she was able to support herself. She's still alive, although I haven't seen her for ages. She moved back to Dartmouth, where she was born. But back to Alan. He studied English literature at Leeds University, and after he moved to London and went to advertising, something of a lot of young graduates were doing at the time, particularly if they had a degree in humanities. He worked at an agency called Allen Bradley and Marsh, and as far as I can tell, he had a wonderful time, not working very hard, getting paid quite well and going to a lot of parties. This was the 80s and advertising was still a very self-indulgent industry. Alan worked as a copywriter and would come up with quite a famous line, "What a lovely looking sausage." It's another one of his acrostics. It spells out the name of the brand. He rented a flat in Notting Hill, and for what it's worth, he had plenty of girlfriends. Alan stayed in advertising throughout his 20s, but in 1995, the year before he turned 30, he surprised me by announcing that he had left the agency and enrolled in a 2-year postgraduate course in creative writing in the University of East Anglia. He had invited me down to London, especially to tell me. He took me to Kettner's and ordered champagne, and it all came spilling out of him. Kazuo Ishiguro and Ian McEwen had both gone to East Anglia. They had both been published. McEwen had even been shortlisted for the Booker Prize. Alan had applied, and although he didn't think he would be accepted, that was what happened. There had been a written application, a portfolio of writing, and then a tough interview with 2 faculty members. I had never seen him happier or more animated. It was as if he had found himself, and it was only then that I realized how much being an author meant to him. He told me he would have 2 years to write a novel of 80,000 words under supervision, and that the university had strong links with publishers, which might help him get a deal. He already had an idea for a novel. He wanted to write about the space race seen from the British perspective. "The world is getting smaller and smaller," he said, "and at the same time we're getting smaller with it." That was what he wanted to explore. The main character would be a British astronaut who never actually left the ground. It was called Look to the Stars. We had a lovely weekend, and I was very sad to leave him and go back to the train to Ipswich. There's not much I can say about the next couple of years because I hardly saw him at all. Although we talked on the telephone, he loved the course, he wasn't too sure about some of the other students. I'll be honest and say that there was a prickly side to Alan, which I hadn't noticed before, but which seemed to be growing. Maybe it was because he was working so hard. He clashed with 1 or 2 of the tutors who criticized his work. The funny thing is that he had gone to UEA for guidance, but now he was there, he had come to believe he didn't need it. "I'll show them, Claire," he used to say to me. I heard it all the time. "I'll show them." Well, Look to the Stars never got published, and I'm not sure what became of it. In the end, it was over 100,000 words long. Alan showed me the first 2 chapters, and I'm glad he didn't ask me to read the rest, because I didn't like them very much. The writing was very clever. He still had this wonderful ability to use language. The twisted words, the phrases, the way he wanted. To twist the words and phrases the way he wanted. But I'm afraid I didn't understand what he was going on about. It was like every page was shouting at me. At the same time, I knew I wasn't the audience for the book. What do I know? I liked reading James Herriot and Daniel Steele. Of course, I made the right noises. I said it was very interesting, and I was sure publishers would like it. But then the rejection letters started coming in, and Ellen was terribly disheartened. He was just so sure that the book was brilliant, and you have to ask yourself, if you're a writer sitting alone in a room, how can you keep going otherwise? It must be awful to have that total self-belief, only to find that you've been wrong all the time. Anyways, that was how it was for him in autumn of 1997. He sent Look to the Stars to about a dozen literary agents and a whole lot of publishers, and nobody was showing any interest. It was even worse for him because 2 of the students in the course with him had actually got deals. Well, the thing is, he didn't give up. It wasn't in his nature. He told me he wasn't going back to advertising. He was afraid that he wouldn't continue with his real work. That was what they called it now. Because he'd be too distracted, and he wouldn't have the time, and next thing he knew, he got a job as a teacher, teaching English literature at Woodbridge School. He was never particularly happy then, and the children must have sensed it because I got the impression that he wasn't very popular either. On the other hand, he had long holidays and weekends, plenty of time to write, and that was all that mattered to him. He wrote another 4 novels. At least those were the one that he mentioned to me. None of them were published, and I'm sure Alan would have been able to continue at Woodbridge if he had known it would be 11 years before he got a taste of success. He once said to me that it was like being in one of those Russian prisons where they lock you up without telling you the length of your sentence. Alan got married while he was at Woodbridge. Melissa Brooke, as she was then, taught 4 languages, French and German, and started the same term as him. I don't need to describe her to you, you've met her often enough. My first impressions were that she was young, attractive, and that she was very fond of Alan. I don't know why, but I'm afraid the 2 of us didn't get on very well. She barely even acknowledged me when we first met, but I have to admit that it may have been partly my fault. I feel we were in competition, that she'd taken Alan away from me. Writing this now, I can see how stupid that is. But I'm trying to give you as honest an account as I can of Alan and me, and that's how it was. Melissa had read all his novels. She believed in him 100%. They were married to the registrar's office at Woodbridge in June of 1998, and they had their honeymoon in the south of France. Honeymoon? Their honeymoon. At Cap Ferret. Or Ferret. No, Ferret. Their son Freddie was born 2 years later. It was Melissa who advised Alan to write the first Atticus Finch novel. By this time, they had been married 7 years. I know that's a giant leap forward, but there's nothing else I can write about this period of time. I was working for Suffolk Constabulary. Alan was teaching. We weren't living far apart geographically, but we had completely different lives. Melissa had her light bulb moment in the Woodbridge branch of W.H. Smith. Who were the best-selling novels on the shelves? There were Dan Brown, John Grisham, Michael Crichton, James Patterson, Clive Cussler. She knew Alan could write better than any of them. The problem was that he was aiming too high. Why bother writing a book which all the critics rave about, but which could hardly anyone read? He could use his talents to write something quite simple, a whodunit. If it sold, it would launch his career, and later on he could try other things. What's important was to get started. That's what she said. Alan showed me Atticus Finch Investigates, and not long after he'd written it, I absolutely loved it. It wasn't just the cleverness of the mystery. I thought the main character of the detective was brilliant. The fact that he'd been in a concentration camp and seen so much death, and that here in London, and he was here in England solving murders. It just seemed so right. It had only taken him 3 months to write the book. He had done most of it during the summer holidays, but I could tell he was pleased with the result. The first question he asked me was if I'd guessed the ending, and he was delighted when I told him I was completely wrong. I don't need to add much more because you know the rest as well as me. The manuscript found its way to Cloverleaf Books and you bought it. Alan went down to your offices in London, and that night we all had dinner together. Alan, Melissa, and me. Melissa cooked Freddie. Oh, sorry. Melissa cooked. Freddie was asleep upstairs. It was meant to be a celebration, but Alan was in a strange mood. He was apprehensive, subdued. There was something between him and Melissa. A tension I couldn't quite understand. I think Alan was nervous. When you'd been pursuing an ambition all your life, it's actually quite frightening to achieve it, because where will you go next? And there was something else. Suddenly Alan saw that the world was full of first novels, and every week dozens of new novels fall into shelves and not many of them make any impact. For every famous writer, there must be 50 who simply disappear, and it was quite possible that Atticus Pund might not just be the realization of a dream. It might be the end of it. Of course, that didn't happen. Atticus Pund Investigates was published in September of 2007. I loved seeing the first copy when it arrived with Alan's name on the front cover, and his photo in the back. Somehow, it made everything feel alright, as if our whole lives had been leading to this one moment. The book got a wonderful review in the Daily Mail. Watch out, Hercule Poirot. There's a smart little foreigner in town, and he's stepping on your shoes. By Christmas, Atticus Pund was appearing in the bestseller list, and there were more good reviews. They even talked about Atticus in today's program. When the paperback came out the following spring, it seemed that the whole country wanted to buy a copy. Cloverleaf Books asked Alan to write 3 more, and although he never told me how much he was paid, I know it was a fantastic amount. He was suddenly a famous writer. His book was translated into lots of languages, and he was invited to all the literary festivals: Edinburgh, Oxford, Cheltenham, Hay-on-Wye, Harrogate. When the second book came out, he did a signing in Woodbridge, and the queue stretched out all the way round the corner. He left Woodbridge School, although Melissa continued working there, and bought a house in Orford, looking out over the river. It was just at this time that Greg, my husband, died, and Alan suggested I move closer to him. He helped me buy a house in Daphne Road, that you visited. The books kept on selling. The money was pouring in. Alan asked me to help him with the third case. Atticus Pund Takes the Case. He'd always been a terrible typist. He always did his first draft in pen and ink, and asked me to type up the first draft on the computer. Then he would make his own revisions by hand, and I would type them up again before he sent the manuscript to the publisher. He also asked me to help him with the research. I introduced him to one of the detectives in Ipswich and dug out information about poisons and things like that. I actually worked on 4 of the books. I loved being involved, and I was sorry when it came to an end. It was completely my fault. Alan changed as a result of his success. It was as if he was overwhelmed by it. If he wasn't writing the books, he was traveling all over the world promoting them. I used to read about him in the newspapers. Sometimes I hear about him on Radio 4. But at this stage, I was seeing him less and less. And then in 2009, just a few weeks after Night Comes Calling was published, Alan shocked me by telling me that he was leaving Melissa, and I couldn't believe it when I read that he moved in with a young man. It's very difficult to explain how I felt, because there was a whirl of emotions in my head, and so much that I didn't know. Living in Orford, I saw Melissa all the time, but I had absolutely no idea that the marriage wasn't working. They had always seemed so comfortable together. It all happened very quickly. No sooner had Alan told me the news than Melissa and Freddie had moved out and their own home was on the market. There was no lawyers involved in the divorce. They agreed to split everything 50-50. Speaking personally, I found it quite hard to come to terms with the new side of him. I never had a problem with the homosexual men. There was a man I worked with who was openly gay, and I got on with him perfectly well, but this was my brother. Someone I had been close to all my life, and suddenly I was being asked to look at him with a completely different light. Well, you might say he had changed in many ways. He was 50 now, and rich, and a rich and successful author. He was more reclusive, harder-edged, a father of a child and a public figure, and he was gay. Why should this last fact have any special significance? Well, part of the answer was that his partner was so very young. I had nothing against James Taylor. In fact, I liked him. I never thought of him as a gold digger or anything like that. Although I would admit that I was horrified when Alan mentioned that he had once worked as a rent boy. I was just uneasy seeing the two of them together. Sometimes holding hands or whatever. I never said anything. These days you're not allowed to, are you? I just felt uncomfortable, that's all. That wasn't the reason we fell out, though. I was doing an awful lot of work for Alan. Somehow it hadn't ended with the books. I was helping him with his fan mail. Some weeks he was getting more than a dozen letters, and although he had a standard reply, someone still had to do the administration. I worked on some of his tax returns, in particular the double tax forms that he had filled, so he didn't pay tax twice. He often sent me out to get stationery or new printer cartridges for him. I looked after Freddie. In short, I was working as a secretary, an office manager, an accountant, and as an nanny as well as holding down a full-time job in Ipswich. I didn't mind doing any of this, but one day I suggested he put me on his payroll, partly as a joke. Alan was furious. It was the only time he ever really got angry with me. He reminded me that he helped me buy my house, although he had made it clear at that time that it was a loan rather than a gift. He said I thought I had been glad to help, that if it was such a chore, he never should have asked in the first place. I backed down as fast as I could, but the damage had been done. Alan didn't ask me to do anything for him again, and a short time later he moved out of Orford altogether when he bought Abbey Grange. He never told me he was ill. You have no idea how much that upsets me. But I will finish where I began. Alan was a fighter all his life. Sometimes this could make him difficult and aggressive, and I don't think he was either of those things. He simply knew what he wanted and never allowed anything to get in his way. Above all, he was a writer. His writing meant something to him. Do you really believe that he would finish a novel and kill himself before he saw it published? It's unthinkable. It's just not the Alan Conway I knew. Alright, we shall end the stream here. Thank you very much for enjoying the story. I hope you did anyway. And have a very lovely night. That's so intense towards the end. Well, we are inching closer to the end of this book. I'm on page, well, there's two parts of this book, right? There's like part 1 that was 291 pages, and this next part is the second half of this book is 281 pages, and we are right now in page 161 of part 2. So we are inching ever closer. We have about 100 pages left, 120 pages. So it's I hope we get to solving the murder soon.
But yes, I hope things ramp up as we finish the story. Anyways, thank you for being here. Have a very good night. Good night, Sisha, and good night, Ikaru. Yeah, soon. I want to be done this book. And then I'm only reading short stories from then on, okay? Unless I get really interested in something. Wait a second! This thing is nearly 600 pages! Oh no, wait. I was wrong. This is... What? What the fuck? 2-8? What? Why does it go from page 329 to page 277? Wait, why are the page numbers so strange? Oh! Part 1. Oh my god, oh, this is the last chapter. Oh my god, I'm spoiling it. So the first part is actually 329 pages. Part 1 and part 2, yes. Yes, what have you been meaning to ask? Hello. Bad draw Pokemon streams? I have been thinking about doing that. But that has to be arranged with my friend who gives me all the Pokemon information. I just want to be I want to be finished with conventions, which will be after like August for sure. Yeah. Me and Ray are sharing a table in August, so she will also be busy. I just want to be after August, maybe do more bad draw Pokemon streams. They're pretty fun. They're pretty chill. So yeah. So yes, there will be more, but not soon. Not soon. Have a lovely night. Good night. See you next time in more Ace Attorney, I think. More Ace Attorney. Unless let me look at the Steam summer sale again. Good night.